Good morning and welcome to STC. Today's match is between Johor and Sarawak. Johor will toss and Sarawak will call. Heads is the call, and it's heads. Sarawak won the toss and will? Okay, all the very best. All the very best. Thank you.
Hello and welcome you all for this wonderful and exciting cricketing action here at the STC ground for this men's 50 overs interstate Premier Cup 2026. Sarawak versus Johor, and just before a few minutes back ago, we have seen the toss, like what had just happened between the Johor versus Sarawak. Sarawak wins the toss, and they've decided that they wanted to bowl first in this game. So Johor, we have already seen this side have done a brilliant job in this tournament. So let's talk about more about this match between Johor versus Sarawak. The stage is set, and the two teams lock horns in a thrilling encounter of the MC 50 overs interstate Premier Cup with the sun blazing overhead and a gentle breeze steering the outfield. The pitch promises a balanced one contest between the bat and ball. Johor, known for the disciplined bowling attack, and faces a Sarawak side brimming with the explosive batting talent. So the conditions looks fantastic today, and also the atmosphere is absolutely great. The overcast conditions. So 50 overs. This is going to be another big day in the history of world cricket. The seam is some assistance while the outfield seems to be fast, ensuring the well-timed stroke race to the boundary, with both teams eager to stamp their authority in this Premier 50-over competition. The fans can expect a pulsating battle where every run and wicket could prove the decisive thing. Sarawak, they have decided that they wanted to bowl, so it means that Johor will be coming in and to bat to put some runs on the scoreboard. It's going to be a high thriller, and it's also going to be a high total on the scoreboard or not. So that is the big ask which is being asked by the two teams. Let's hope for the best. So what about the power play? These are all the things will be coming in to everyone's mind here. So as the match kicks off, Johor batters are ready. The Sarawak bowlers will take up the charge of this power play. The first 10 overs where only the two fielders are allowed outside the 30-yard circle. Johor will be batting first. And here we go for the very first ball of this match. We've already seen some fantastic matches. It happened at the same venue, STC ground. This is the MC Interstate 50 Overs Premier Cup. Day by day, we are witnessing some greatest cricket matches here at this venue. Anshuman and Izam Daniel, we know what these two batters have already did in the same tournament. The new ball swings just enough to trouble the Johor top order, and it automatically forced the batter to play with some caution. I guess today the weather looks fantastic and the atmosphere is great. So the fast medium deliveries skim past the edge and it will get that clear variations. Maybe the paces might try to get some wickets earlier as soon as is possible inside the first 10 overs. We know the power play will play a vital role in today's game. It keeps the scoring rate in check. Slip in place for this batter. Balls down to the leg side. Should be the first runs on the board for Johor. And it's coming in the way of extras. So let's talk about the two skippers out there in the middle. Just before a few minutes back ago, this match gets started. We have seen the toss, Sarawak winning the toss, and they have decided to bowl first. And overcast conditions, the crowding, the ring to prevent easy singles, and it will build the big pressure with tight lines on the off stump. So these are the things would be running in the bowler's mind right now. Almost on the pads by Aaron Alam Chuvshang. So to talk more on the Perak, they are the team who registered the highest team total of 350. And in the same tournament, we have seen a bowler like MD Ripan taking up 8 wickets. So this tournament is actually getting down to the wire for some of the teams like Kuala Lumpur, Johor. Johor is looking very, very stronger in this tournament this time, this season. Bowls at the fuller length. So almost on the arc attempted by Aaron Alam Chuvshang. And what a stuff and what a batting yesterday from Muhammad Akram from Selangor, a centurion. So coming back to the points on centuries, we need to talk about Meet Babsar. He played some tremendous innings. Should be there is no contact with the bat, I guess, but there is a fair delivery from the bowler. Just a flick from the Anshuman. This time he played a fantastic shot. It seems this is the first 6 in this match. And that is coming in the very first over for Johor. What a start. As I was keep on discussing that the first 10 overs known as the power play are a critical pace for the batting side, especially against the challenges posted by the new ball. Definitely there should be some threat just to be happen from Sarawak bowling unit. Aaron Alam conceding a 6 at the very first over that we came to see at the last ball of the first over. But what a start from Johor. Anshuman just a flick from his wrist. So it creases where the ball is hard, shiny and capable of swinging both ways. A nightmare for any batter if judged poorly. But look at that reaction. That fantastic mind-reading sense from Anshuman. It literally worked very well for him to clear that shot with the boundary ropes. What a time for us to witness this big 6 at the very first over for Johor. At the another end, Izam Daniel, now he will be getting the strike. Bosisto William to bowl. right now. A slip in place for Isam Daniel. Let's see, jersey number 99, Bosisto to Isam Daniel, giving a little bit of width for the batter to play that shot, but he started off with the dot ball. Discussing more on the power play thing. Yes, Johor, comparing to the previous matches, the amount of runs which they have scored today, this is going to be the another big day for them. They are batting first, just a slap at the offside. There should be some trap, I guess, from Bosisto William of Sarawak, keeping the line and length a little bit tighter. Flights through the air from Bosisto William straight onto the batter arc. Isam Daniel, this batter was actually not playing that much of deliveries. When he is actually opening for Johor, but he get time to get settled for some time. So that is the thing which has happened in the previous matches for Isam Daniel. The matches which he played for Johor, in the same tournament, if you go and see his numbers, he is getting time to get settled in the match. Since he is aware of that he is playing the 50 overs format. So runs are not going to come easily for the Johor. They need to take from the bat. Isam Daniel, he just opened his account with that stroke coming from his bat. So let's talk about the strategy of Johor. They're batting first today. Focus on seeing of the initial overs. It seems like playing each ball on merit and waiting for scoring opportunities. Surely, once the shine wears off, two left-handers on the middle right now. So that is going to be an interesting challenge for Sarawak, like how they're going to deal. Anshuman and Isam Daniel, a quick single, it seems, and the ball was coming almost above the top of the wicket keeper. And that made him a big trouble to grab the ball. 2 overs have got completed at Johor. 9 runs on the board without losing any wicket here. So, talking about the batters, like what about the responsibility in today's game? Johor, some smart batting here can utilize the new ball. Automatically, it will frustrate the Sarawak bowling attack and lay the foundation for a commanding total. The power play is going to be an important and vital role for Johor, in the batting unit. This becomes a chess game, between the batter and the bowler, where the patience, skill, and the calculated risk decide to, who gains that early advantage. We have already seen an Anshuman hitting a 6 at the first over. Now, Anshuman is on strike. A full toss one from Iran Alam Chuchang. At that spot, they have that fielder. But one thing is very clear. Surely Sarawak will be looking for some early breakthroughs. So that's why they have their 2 regular options in their bowling pipeline. Iron Alam getting that run up. Anshuman, 7 of 8. This big and tall man is on strike. This time, he just hits straight towards the fielder, but that has been stopped. What was that? Is a wicket? I guess that was a catch. Literally taken at the previous delivery. He was actually hitting at the same zone, but this time the catch has been taken by the fielder. So Johor, they've lost their first wicket, 9 for 1. And let's have a look out at this replay. He hit straight. They have the fielder at that area. This time the same fielder takes a simple catch. Look at the eyes on the ball. Just a perfection at its best. That's what I can say. Anshuman, he needs to go back to the pavilion. So Johor have lost their first wicket. 9 for 1 right now. An important breakthrough for Sarawak. Johor, it's 9 for 1 right now. They were reeling at this score. And we can't, you know, imagine. Just look at the scenario at the previous delivery. Iron immediately coming back into the attack to bowl. The spotlight naturally shifts to the number 3 right now. Anshuman lost his wicket, straight away giving a simple catch to the fielder. Now, here comes a centurion. Meet Bafsar. 2 matches back ago, we have seen like what he literally did for Johor, and he's looking in great touch in this tournament. He comes at number 3. Meet Bafsar, tasked with the delicate job of steadying the innings. About to face the first ball in this match. Meet Bafsar deals with the boundary. He just opened his account with the boundary. 4 runs will be added in his account. What a shot. He's a great timer of the ball. So this batter walks in at a critical juncture. Whenever the team needs some runs, he will be there. Aware that any misstep could allow Sarawak bowlers to dominate further, it also recognizing the opportunity to anchor a recovery. He got his fast hands and just putting his bat towards the ball. Boundary at the very first ball. Short ball again. This one slashed at the offside. Is this the another boundary for Meet Bafsar? Yes. So he's a lucky champion for Johor. That's why he's just sent on a mission. Once again, we will get to see how he played that shot. Beautifully played. Coming at number 3, must balance the defense with its selective aggression. The first priority is survival. Seeing off the threat while keeping the scoreboard ticking through smart singles and rotation of strike. 2 boundaries in 2 balls for Meet Bafsar. What else you need from this man? Behind this, the batter must access the bowler's patterns and exploit the scoring opportunities and build a partnership with the remaining opener or incoming batter. Earlier in the same tournament, we have seen that Meet Bafsar are creating some good partnerships with his batters. What a start for Meet Bafsar. 8 of 3, 2 boundaries so far for him in this over. And Johor, they've already lost a wicket. So it's like a 50-50 thing would be running in his mind, like what to do right now. The pivot between shaky start and a competitive total, composed innings here not only will frustrate the opposition but also allows the team to shift gears and one set. For Johor, the number 3 batter carries the dual burden of rebuilding the innings and setting the stage for a middle order flourish. Meet Bafsar standing tall like a lone warrior, and he can do anything for his side. But he is a player to watch out in this tournament. That's what I can say. 3 overs done and dusted. Johor, 17 runs on the board for the loss of 1 wicket. Coming back to the point on the pitch and also this conditions. Posisto William to Isam Daniel. In the previous matches, Isam Daniel, whenever he opens, he literally take his time to get settled in the match. So this is what the thing which was actually happening in the previous matches for Isam Daniel. I guess he is actually going on that same flow. It seems like Isam Daniel against the spin. There are numbers which needs to go and have a look at his numbers. So Bosisto William to Isam Daniel, as of now 2 dot balls so far in this over. Overcast conditions can dramatically shape the course of a cricket match. Pace at one end and the another end, spin played at the offside, giving a little bit of width for the batter to play the shot. So turning the pitch and weather into silent but influential the players. When the sky is heavy and grey, the ball tends to swing more through the air. As I've mentioned earlier, overcast conditions, dark clouds coming in. So this is Malaysia. We all love Malaysia, right? 3.3. Johor, 18 runs on the board. Bosisto William to champion Meet Babsar is on strike right now. Seamers and the fast bowlers thrive in these conditions, exploiting movement of the pitch and swing through the atmosphere. So they will try to get their angle right. Bosisto William to Meet Babsar. He is looking on a good touch. Once again, he played at the same spot, but this time just a single for Meet Babsar. So a perfectly angled outswinger or a jagged, in cutter can make even the most accomplished batters assistant, leading to early breakthrough. You see, this ground is actually at the roadside. A good treat for all the cricket fans to watch this beautiful match which is happening at this STC ground. Today, Johor versus Sarawak. 19 for 1. Johor as of now. One more ball to go in this over. Bosisto William to Isam Daniel. They not removing the slip as of now. There is no big change in the fielding setup for Sarawak. Bosisto William to Isam Daniel to bowl the last ball. Flies through the air and was actually an incoming delivery for the batter. So a dot ball to finish off this over. 4 overs done and dusted. Johor 19 on the board for the loss of 1 wicket. Yeah. Pacers and the spinners are actually doing a great job so far for Sarawak, picking up a wicket at the very first 3 overs itself. You see the spin bowlers on the another end. They are creating a nuanced challenge. Overcast weather often brings moisture to the pitch, which can reduce the grip and make the ball skid rather than turn sharply. Maybe that might be the ideology from the Sarawak skipper to give the ball to Bosisto William, that to inside the power play to take some early breakthrough. You see, however, the skilled spinners adapt by varying flight, pace and trajectory, interesting the batters into fault shots. We have seen in this kind of conditions and scenarios in more number of the matches. Even subtle drift in the air can become a potent tool in such conditions. 2 left-handers on the middle right now. Definitely it will trouble the bowlers a lot. It happened earlier in this same match. Anshuman got out. Meet Babsar right now. I run. So especially when combined with the supportive field setting, there are some tactical battle. Definitely the batter will face in overcast conditions like this. You see, therefore, multi-dimensional tactics will be running in their head. The pace bowlers aim to exploit swing and seam, aiming for some early wickets. It's going to be a challenging task for the batters, like how they're going to handle the bowlers. That is going to be the big question. Chance for the run out. And maybe that fast reaction from the fielder could have helped them a lot. Throw didn't came quickly. So that's a surprising thing from the fielding department. Sarawak. So what I was just telling, the pace bowlers aiming to exploit swing and seam to get that early breakthroughs, while spinners focus on deceiving the batter with subtle changes. Isam Daniel, a young sensation right now. He's on strike. What he can do with this bat? 2 of 10 for Isam Daniel. Short ball straight away. A miss for him. The wicketkeeper collects the ball. So a dot ball. So movement both in the air and off the pitch can carefully selecting which deliveries to attack or leave. Matches played under this skies often hinge on discipline, patience, and adaptability with bowlers both pace and spin holding the key to dominate. Only one run conceded in this over by Iran. Short ball easily attempted by the bowler. Just a flick from Izam Daniel. Surely will be getting that one run, I guess. Will they push for another run? Yes, 2 runs for Izam Daniel. Sarawak picking up the wicket, inside the power play, getting that good start. Credit goes to the Iron Alam Chwing Chung. Man who got that brilliant start for Sarawak inside the power play. 2 more balls which is left. And he just asking to the straight umpire if there is any slight edge coming from the bat of Izam Daniel. But the straight umpire has no hesitation. He's just shaking his head like left and right. Last ball to be bowled in this over. Iron Alam Chui Changa. So the flows from the early overs, batting challenges and the weather conditions, definitely it's going to be the challenging one for this 2 teams since it is a 50 overs match. We are going to see a more number of drama in this game. 5 overs have got completed. Johor 22 on the board for the loss of 1. Johor 22 for the loss of 1 wicket. Yeah, 5.3 is on the progress. Buster William, again, he just continuing his over in the high stakes environment of the power play. It's all happening here in this ground STC MCA Interstate 50 Overs Premier Cup. The number 3 batter, Meet Bafsar. High hopes on him. A centurion in the 2 matches back ago that we have seen for Johor. Today, he's getting one more responsibility in his shoulder. 2 dot balls so far in this over from Bosisto William. Getting an extra bit of bounce. Giving a much more challenge to this young sensation, Izam Daniel. So he's getting trouble in trading of these conditions, right? Especially if an early wicket has fallen, there will be lots and lots of thoughts would be running in his mind. Izam Daniel trying to play towards the backward square leg region with only 2 fielders allowed outside the circle. You see the bowlers aggressively attack the stumps with the new ball so far in this match. We have seen looking to exploit movement and early nerves. So that given a little bit of trouble for the number 3, your batter must combine the patience with smart shot selection, resisting the temptation to play some expensive strokes too early while capitalizing on any loose deliveries. Bosisto William giving a slight width for Isam Daniel to play some shot, but they have kept the fielder at that area. Did he trouble the batter? That is a question, because there is no big celebration from the Sarawak bowling unit. So it seems like he lost his wicket. "23 for 1 before this ball." Yes, and that's out. Isam Daniel has to depart. Straight away, Bosisto William taking him out. This looks like a much needed breakthrough for Sarawak. Earlier in the same game, we have seen Anshuman getting out inside the power play. Now his co-partner, Isam Daniel, his poor form continues in this tournament. But this time he got against the spin. At one end, he got a centurion in this tournament. Mib Bafsar, an experienced campaigner at the non-striker, rotating the strike becomes the cornerstone of survival. You see how Isam Daniel got out like this against the spin. Bosisto William keep on putting that same pressure by delivering the dot balls. 4 dot balls in this over, just conceding only 1 run and picking up a wicket at the very last ball of this over. What a catch it was from that fielder. So Johor 23 on the board for the loss of 2 wickets. 6 overs done and dusted. This is going to be a real test for the number 4 batter right now. But Don Umesh, Meet Bhavsar. So both are there for Johor on the middle right now. A big partnership is needed. That is it. Only one thing needed for Johor, especially right now in this match. So quick singles not only ease the scoreboard pressure, but also prevent the bowlers from settling into rhythm. The batter must read the seam and swing and adjust to the variation and use the crease effectively, either stepping out to counter spin or rocking back to meet pace. Here comes Iron to meet Babsar. So what Don Umesh is going to do right now? There should be some communication with his batting partner. And that is the essential thing that which he can do for his side right now, ensuring safe runs while building the partnerships that can stabilize the innings. A composed number 3 batter definitely will turn early adversity into the opportunity. There should be some frustration for the bowlers if the batter is getting some runs, right? So, and it will automatically shift the momentum by combining the defensive technique with calculated aggression. Iron started off with the dot ball. Made Babsar looking calm, composed. This man literally did an entire thing in this tournament for Johor. Whatever he wants to do, it has just happened. Century, and at the same match, again an half century. So he is looking in a great touch throughout this tournament. You see, under the overcast skies, the pitch takes on a slightly predictable character, favoring both seamers and spinners at different moments. Iron to Mir Babsar, again creating the pressure on this experienced campaigner. He did the same thing against Isam Daniel. Now he's doing against Mir Babsar. The ball swings late through the air, keeping the batters on edge, while moisture in the pitch can reduce turn for the spinners, but enhances the skid and bounce for the pace bowler. You see what happened to Iron right now. There is no big problem in this run-up, it seems like, but when he just landing his leg towards that bowling crease, there is a problem, in that sand, I guess. It It's because of that moisture. So big challenge here for the bowlers and the batters to handle the dual threats. For the paces, swinging the new ball and occasional spin variation designed to disrupt the rhythm, patience and shot selection are paramount. Defending the ones that threaten the stumps, leaving the ball outside, often capitalizing on scoring opportunities with crisp drives and well placed singles. These are the options that will be given by the paces to the batters in this game. Mid bubs are 11 of 13. So far, 3 dot balls on the trot by Iron Alarm Sri Changa. Now everything uh, is well settled and it's all good to go. Just a moisture near to that bowling crease, so that is a problem happened. No big error from the bowling run up of Iron. Short ball, asking the batter to play that shot easily, and he will get that 4 runs. Meet Babsar, he is looking on a good touch, as I've mentioned earlier. One more boundary for him. And have a look at that shot in this replay. He just took his time, played that shot clearly, and look at that implementation. So he got that results, preventing him from settling into a relentless line and length. The kind of character which he showed in the previous game that literally created the big impact. The Johor batting unit. So a single lapse can bring a wicket. Yet well-composed innings can frustrate the bowling side and stabilize the team. There are some options from the Sarawak bowling unit. That is the one I actually was telling right now. A quick single from Meet Babsar. Immediately just called the non-striker Don Umesh to run. So that positive and desperate call, it has to be there for a good batter. You see, the atmosphere is tense, the overcast sky almost mirroring the uncertainty of the early innings. Your technique, the temperament and tactical awareness convert, showing that in the cricket, the conditions, the bowler, and also the batter's mindset combine to create a true battle at the crease. In this over, just a boundary being conceded by Iron, and that one single came. Don Umesh to get the strike. Oh, a slip in place for Don Umesh. Is there any drama? A slip. Let's see. For the new batter, a slip in pace. As normally we see in the cricket matches. Just a flick towards the fine leg region. 1 run will be coming for Johor. 29 on the board for the loss of 2. Don Umesh. 9.2 is on the progress, and we are back at Johor. 40 on the board for the loss of 2 wickets here. Bosisto William to meet Babsar. It's already 22 for the loss, 22 on the board on facing the 20 balls. Don Omesha 5 of 11. And as I think right now, things are not the same. Overcast conditions, as I've mentioned earlier. We can see that drizzle and the raindrops which is coming. This is going to disturb the play or not? (9.5) Johor 40 on the board for the loss of 2. One more ball to go. Already 3 dot balls on the trot, but the things are not good on the screen. What we are witnessing, the drops are coming heavily. Surely the play will be get interrupted right now. Meet Bubs are 22 of 23. It was actually looking very strong for the batting side. You see the stoppage breaks the momentum, making it difficult for Sarawak to maintain the focus and timing when the game resumes. Rain interruptions also introduces the strategic uncertainty here. The drops are coming very heavily. So Johor 40 as of now. The play will get stopped as of now. So we will be back shortly. Welcome back, everyone. After this break here, Johor 40 on the board for the loss of 2 wickets here, and we are back after that rain interruption. Anuj Jotin is having the ball in his hands, as we can see. The the drizzle and the rain was coming a little bit heavily. Few hours back ago, this is John myself in the combox. To all the listeners and the spectators, those who are watching this match, you can watch this match only on Malaysia Cricket YouTube channel, and also for more and further updates, you can follow the Malaysia Cricket Instagram page handle. Johor SF now 40 on the board. Don Umesh 5 of 11. Mid Bafsa 22 in 23. Anuj Jotin to bowl. As I've mentioned earlier regarding the Anuj Jotin, he played in KC matches, and he is turning out to be a standard performer in many tournaments, playing a single cameo. No dark clouds. Now it has been spreaded out, so the weather is absolutely good to go right now. Anuj Jotin to meet Babsar. Time to play some good looking stroke here, so that's why he just sent on a mission here, meet Babsar. This batter can do anything for his side heavily. He can put up some runs, he can play some longer innings. And we all love his bat swing and bat flow. Right left combinations, evergreen. Problems for the bowling unit here. Anuj Jotin wants to hit on this perfect length, so that's why the slip has been introduced for this new batter. Don Umesh, 6 of 12. Anuj Jotin almost hiding the ball technique, going with the straighter one. So one ball which is left, I guess. So Anuj Jotin will go for it. Don Umesh, 6 of 13. What an outstanding atmosphere here. Johor versus Sarawak, the match that we are witnessing here in this STC ground, MCA Interstate 50 Overs Premier Cup. 11 overs have got completed. Johor 43 on the board for the loss of 2. 44 on the board for the 11 overs. The man who playing some sensible innings is Meet Babsar. With the blue cap against the spin and the pace, he always got his calm and composure thing. Like they can play a sensible innings earlier in the same tournament against some great teams. Played a tremendous knock. So he's turning out to be that watcher player in the series so far. A promising left-hander who capitalizes it and everything. He notice every ball which he play, and that is grooming him to showcase as a big player. Trying to go for a bigger one, he just literally waited for the delivery, and the fielder finally will go and take the ball. 11.4, Johor 46 on the board for the loss of 2. Just guided nicely. The single which has been played. 12 completed, Johor 48 on the board for the loss of 2. Anuj Jotin to continue some sensible bowling in his first over, going with some dot balls, and as of now, Meet Babsar giving the same amount of temperament in this match that which he is already given, and proving it that he is a much more needed player to watch out from the Johor batting unit, coming at number 3, playing a full innings and trying to dominate the bowlers. Not for the very first time. It literally happened at the same game now. After that drops, the rain interrupted. Now the play will be definitely a challenging one, not only for the batters, and it will be for the bowlers too. 4 more to go. Anuj Jotin, Don Umesh trying to play towards the offside. Interestingly, one more stop again from the fielding department of Sarawak. Interesting to see that the single being played at the final delivery of that last ball. 13 completed with that single 50 on board for Johor, 52 for 2. As of now, 53 on the board for Johor Mohammad Nasril to bowl against Don Amish, 11 of 20 coming out of the crease. He just waited for the ball. Meet Bafsar. Look at that sprint work from the Don striker, Meet Bafsar. The way he accelerates the innings and also the running between the wickets. So good to see that someone like him running so fast and showing that desperation to find those runs. He knows very well the runs are not going to come at this track easily. Uh, the teams which they played yesterday got struggled not only when they bat first, and even the same thing happened at the second innings too. So in 50 overs, whatever the amount of total and the score which you put, like more than 230 or 250 plus, definitely it's a tough one for the team who comes and bat at the second. They have to take down right from the very ball one. But here, after the two wickets, Anshuman, they've already been sent back to the dugout. Don Umesh, who comes in to give a big company with Meet Pavsar in this match. And that is going on the good flow. Gentle stroke, just a single. 14 will be completed. Johor 55 for 2. 6 on the board for the loss of 2 as of now. .1 as of now, at Johor 56 on the board for the loss of 2 here. Quality time at its best. That is the thing right now on the middle with the Don Umesh, promising batter. This is the area and the space where the middle orders will get a lot of test to test their endurance. Even if you have the same amount of aggressiveness, it will automatically push their mind flow to play a good innings here. Anuj Jotin feels like frustrated. The ball was drifting down to the leg side. Last ball to be bowled in this over. Anuj Jotin. .15 got completed. 60 on the board for Johor for the loss of 2 wickets here. And as we predicted so far. After that wicket loss of Anshuman, these two batters getting that good friendship on the middle, and they're just showing their unity towards the game of cricket. It's not about the aggressiveness, like what you play, good instinct, and also the intent that they have shown right from the very ball one. Again, the spin right now. Meet Babsar. Not to get hesitated too much. Towards a fine leg. Vijayanshu, surely Don Umesh will press for another run. Small cameo so far from Don Umesh and Meet Babsar, as usual, as everyone predicted and expected. This man have to play for Johor. Quality player, playing a sensible innings so far. And one more slight press for another run, it seems, just a quick signal. So eventually, you see that fielding trap, that adjustments which is came from Sarawak, reacting very fast and quicker for the ball, asking the batter to stay back in crease, but no problems at the last ball. Single should be 64 for two Johor, 16 overs done and dusted. Time to play some shots here, Johor. And at the final moment, there has been the stop, came from the fielder to near the boundary ropes. Appeal coming from Anuj Jotin. Meet Babsar, even he can't believe it. Like, how that has just happened. 17 just got completed, 67 for two Johor. From the last few overs, conversion of ones into twos created a big impact from the Johor batting point of view. 17.3. It's all about the spinners who controls the innings. They came here to slow down the innings. That is one thing which is happening right now. Meet Bob Sar. We have seen this talent playing in some grand leagues. He's got that exposure like ILT. He's a player from Kuwait. So here in this tournament, making his game better and better by playing each and every deliveries that he faces. Mohammad Nazril to meet Babsar. So straight away, just a stop. 18 completed. Johor 70 on the board for the loss of two. Two balls have got completed in this over so far. And Jotin to Don Omesh. Interesting. B played at the offside, putting his bat towards the ball. The ball was coming right on his arc. And look at the execution so far from Meet Babsar and Don Omesh. They know the importance of this match. Not going to give away or throw away their game easily to their opponent. So that could be the point hitting in their mind. Following these conditions very well, and they know at any point of time the runs missed they accelerate or generate in this match would probably give them a good total in the scorecard, and that will be a big learning point for Sarawak when they come and chase that. Again, staying back at crease, trying to convert that single, but straight away only one run at the previous ball. Last ball to be bowled in this over. Anuj Jotin to meet Bafsar. Right left combinations. 19 got completed, 75 for the loss of 2 here, Johor. Wanted to play a good looking stroke. It's straight towards the fielder. Will he get a chance again to prove what he wants to do in this game? Single, one more. Look at the way they play in this match. When other teams playing a number of dot balls at the middle overs, Johor, though they knows it very well. They do have some crucial batters at their pipeline that they can build up the runs. Uh, they might put some huge partnerships to stay in this match. So those are the few points and main instinct that you have to take it in your mind. Three more to go. Mohammad Nazrul to Don Umesh. Now he's joining in the party. He's giving a big company to get settled in this match along with Meet Bafsar. So you see the ratio of playing from the dot balls to the needed time where Johor get their runs eventually. 20 done and dusted, Johor 81 for the loss of 2. 30 or 48 for Donomish Asif Wajdi. It's a new bowler. The spinner has been introduced after the 19 overs been bowled. Interestingly, it's from Sarawak. They wanted to give a try, take that gutsy move. Hitting it towards that the player. And will like how it has just got predicted. Finally completing this over, 21 overs just got completed, 85 for 2. Johor. Again, a play towards that leg side. He is a quality timer of the ball. And yes, I was just telling that short balls against Donomish, he will play like this. Earlier runs are actually coming in for the batting unit. So now a boundary will help them a lot. Started off conceding a boundary at the very first ball of this over. Mohammad Nazril using the release of his hand, that ball was pretty interesting to watch out that he's going with the same kind of tactics on the floor. 22 done and dusted here. Johor 93 on the board for the loss of 2. Yes, Sarawak probably looking for to get a breakthrough. They will be going with the possible options which they have in the flow. Right now, the game is actually going on a good flow for them. Meet Bafsar coming out of the crease at the very first ball. 23 completed. Johor 98 for 2. Asif Wasji. Couple of was back ago that we came to see that new bowler has been introduced to bowl. That you feel it sure. Will they be pressing for the another over? Same, just like that. Left arm spinner into the action against the Meet Babsar. Tempted in nicely. And Meet Babsar has to go back to the pavilion. So he can't believe it. A catch has been taken by the field. An important wicket at this moment. Two batters were actually going on the middle on a nice flow. But immediately Amza from Sarawak, he is turning out to be the real Amza, not only in Durandar, I guess. So he should have acted in Durandar movie, I guess. Amza, this man, this bowler, picking up the wicket of Meet Babsar, not getting a perfect elevation, and straight away the ball was actually sitting in the hands of that field. So a promising start which has been given by Meet Babsar. 42 of 57 fine innings comes to an end. 98 for 3 Johor. Just before the previous ball, we have seen a wicket has been taken by Hamza Muhammad Saadat. He is looking in a great form. And today again, he just did the same thing right from the ball one, just literally showing his intent on getting the boundary. Four of two. One more ball to go in this over. Hamza started off a wicket, and now scorecard looking in a comfortable position for Johor, 103 for the loss of three wickets here after the completion of 24 overs. A new bowler has been introduced, but just imagine he immediately came in and picked up a wicket. So that's a good sign, I guess. The throw was coming in for the previous ball, and good scenes which is appearing in our screen. Two more to continue here. And again, brilliantly played towards the offside. Don Umesha is the one batter literally standing good with Meet Babsar. Now he lost his co-partner. Popping out of the crease. And look at that adjustment for the ball immediately he played towards that fielder. 25 overs. I've got completed Johor 105 for 3. 25.2 100 runs has been successfully crossed by Johor at this point of time. So big respect to the remarkable achievement so far in this game. Well balanced, and putting his both the hands towards the ball, and even everyone felt got shocked, like whether the ball was actually in the hands of that fielder. So four dot balls, which is very impressive to see that thing. Solid over from Hamza. 26 got over. So 105 for the three. Is this the six or a catch? That was the thought was actually running in everyone's mind. So whenever you take down the spinners at the middle overs right now, wickets are coming easily for Sarawak. 2 hours back ago, we came to see that Amza was actually going for the wicket of Meet Bafsar. Now his co-partner Don Umesh stepping out of the crease, and look at that reaction, that fast hands and that quick reaction towards the ball from the fielder, taking an important catch at this moment. Don Umesh looking very stronger, and he was actually in a comfortable position. 40 of 66. A good innings comes to an end right now. Johor 106 for the loss of 4 here at the 26.2. New batter steps in. Is Asan, I guess, the jersey number 100 from Johor. 27 overs have got completed in this match. This first innings for Johor, Mohammad Sayadat, Hassan. These two will give a good promise, and also the other two hopes for Johor as of now with this match. Hamza with two dot balls. I felt that there should be no change in the field setup, I guess. But they may be aware of exactly what has just literally happened at the few hours back ago when the batters was actually going to take down the bowlers. Maybe you cannot call it as a loose deliveries. That was the wicket taking option being created by the bowlers Sarawak. They wanted those breakthroughs at that point, so they deserve to get that. Asif Wajdi in his previous over, we come to see that an important breakthrough which he got. Mohammad Sayadat, the man who can play some longer innings for Johor, 29 got completed, 109 for 4 year Johor. Mohammad Sayadat should be in trouble, I guess. 2 to 3 fielders were surrounded him, but the ball has been landed safely. The execution was not at its best, so that's why it took the another problem for the batter to move away from the crease. It was in a 50-50 decision that whether to go for the ball or not. Hassan, a left-hander, Mohammad Syed. So Hamza against this batter. So everything is well and good for Sarawak in this last few overs back ago. The bowlers are doing a fantastic thing. This is what the thing which I was actually mentioning right now. Hamza takes a wicket. Mohammad Syed have lost his wicket here. He didn't get that proper vision. The ball was actually coming against the right hand batter. As I was keep on mentioning the same thing. Look at the delivery here from Hamza. Doesn't get that clear exact picture for the batter. Looks like an unplayable delivery. The bails have dismantled. That one is actually kissing at the top of that stumps. Wicket for Sarawak. 114 for 5 right now. Johor. Even Mohammad Syed that was actually laughing on I know La piece. He knows that one kept a challenging one. Again, we can see that the drops are coming heavily in this match. There should be some stoppage might happen, but you have to wait and watch what will be the decision is going to be taken by the straight umpire. But he says it is actually good to go for these two teams. Johor 114 for 5. A new batter who steps in is Ainul Hafiz Azib Wajdi to bowl. Win for 14 and he picked up that one crucial wicket. Again, bowling on that right length, trying to attack the batter, just using the feet very well while landing at the bowler's crease. Hassan didn't get that proper connection, but this ball was actually going down to the leg side. Two more to go. So this bowler is actually a good reader of that game. Azib Wajdi. Almost 5 balls on the trot. Oh, no contact. Should be a wide. Is he the unlucky here? Considering that one run at the very final ball of that previous over. flight through the air, given the width for the batter to play that shot. Should be some runs coming at that final ball. This over. 31 got completed. Johor 115 for the loss of 5. Excellent placement at the leg side. Immediately that press has been came from the batter. With the two dots and then that single. Easily swept away towards that backward square leg region, and automatically again this one and to the conversion of runs are coming for Johor, essentially on reading that sense very well. Thirty-two completed. Johor 118 for the loss of 5 here. Again, that frustration from the Hassan wanted to get that runs converting ones into twos. These are the options which is left right now to get settled in this match for some time. Played a sweep, boundary for Azan. Good intent which has been shown from him, and he is the active batter right now. Easy chance here at 32.5. We come to see that the 33 overs been bowled. Johor 124 for the loss of 5 wickets here. So it's time for the drinks break for the players and the umpires. Hamza. He's turning out to be a real Hamza here for Sarawak. Completely turned the entire course of this match as of now, picking up some wickets. The 2 wickets from him changed the thing here. Almost trying to play a ramp one. Ainul Hafiz. It seems like that he just took his time, backing up himself, going for shots like this. It shows the desperation and the dedication on his game. Today, if we just go back and see the fielding effort of Sarawak at the middle overs, the runs has been stopped by them. The fielders are great on the field, and they know the importance of this match. Even though the ones and twos or the runs which comes from the bat of Johor, they are literally not in happy mood. Oh, Anuj Jotin, he's a different character. Jersey number 20, I know Lapis, Anuj Jotin. Look at that final release of the ball from his hand, putting the whole pressure on the batter. and the batter giving the same amount of attention looks to convert the dot ball into singles. But here already the pressure has been created by the bowling unit of Sarawak. If you just go back and see that last few overs, no big hits been hit by the batters of Johor. In fact, they lost some wickets. Bosisto William back into the attacker. I know Lafiz, so here the 4 of 12. And here comes the one more spin option. Bosisto William giving that small adjustment for this batter. But what about the bowlers? I mean, the spinners who did their fantastic contribution in this match for Sarawak at the middle overs, coming back to Anuj Jotin, the way he given his contribution with the ball, knowing the conditions very well, and it's not so easy for the batters to get the runs in this conditions. Johor, they've lost Meet Bafsar, Azan. When we were talking about the left-hander, he says, okay, maybe Meet Bafsar might be sitting in the dugout of Johor, but I am there for my team to generate and accelerate the runs like this. Possibly played on the gaps. Fantastic shot. getting that length back tighter. Anuj Jotin is not someone a bowler you can't hit just like that. Anuj Jotin for a boundary or a six. Not only in this match, if you go back and see the matches which has been played recently at this conditions, being an overcast, the batters getting troubled to play some shots. Extremely and vital thing to get remember in this match. Going forward from 180 to 230, given a trouble and have shown a big problems. Play towards that fine leg region. Nicely played, Ainul Hafiz. What a game reading sense. I need to appreciate that guy. Should be an ask from the bowling unit, but straight away that runs have literally coming here for Johor. But these two batters doing something sensible for Johor, playing an important innings. And even in the last over, if you see, right hand batter Ainul Hafiz trying to play some shots instead of playing the dot balls ratio. They were aware of the other teams, like the mistakes which they did when they were actually playing Bosisto Williams to Hassan. So some wrong deliveries, poor bad balls will be punished by the batters. 144 is the scorecard right now. Played a sweep one, and straight away the throw was actually coming in for the wicket keeper. Two more to continue. Versus to William to Ainel. Fantastic way of a game, this one. Ainel face right now. We are actually seeing how the spinners dealing the batters in this game so far. Surprisingly, some went with the dot balls and handling the situation to get a win for the team. So here, this is the time where the Sarawak definitely will try to come and restrict. They will take the all the options, whatever which they have in their hand. A full toss one. Azan wants to go for a bigger. Yes, that has been launched. Spectacular hit. How many times we have seen that Azan trying to get that one bad delivery that has to be bowled by the bowler. It is turning out to be a big wait for Azan to connect this ball over to the boundary ropes. A fantastic shot. Absolutely a killer. This man, this batter played a good shot. It's straight towards the bowler, and he needs to come back to his crease. Slashed at the offside, playing a good innings here. Hassan 35 of 41. Is he moving on to the 39? It should be that boundary. One more ball to be go in this over. Forty overs done and dusted. It's 163 for 5. The license has to be there for the batter. Earlier, before we have found the boundary, and now once again a good innings so far from Hassan, keeping it little bit tighter. 40 of 45 in the previous ball, and now the boundary being scored by him. 140 to 160. If you see the scorecard slide right now, the progression was so easy after playing the two dot balls, and now the boundary being scored by the batter. Mohammad Nazril is a bowler. The way he just reacting for the ball is absolutely a fantastic one to read out. Again, that short ball looks fine and good and straight towards the field. But now the scenes are not good. I guess here at this venue where drops are coming heavily. Feels like this is turning out to be another moment in this match. Johor already 170 on the board for 5. 41 done and dusted. They need the covers or on, but we'll have to find out. Are they calling the covers? Still, they just wanted to go on this flow with this play. "41 have got over 170 for the loss of 5 here, Johor. But they need to bring on the covers. They need to bring on the covers immediately. This is not good as so far. Yes, they have called on. They have called on the covers. That has to be brought immediately. So the play will get continue after once the rain has get stopped. And we are back after this rain interruption. This is John myself in the com box. This is the match. Few minutes back ago that we're witnessing between Johor versus Sarawak. 50 overs side of a contest, and still two times there is a slight impression and the disturbance have been made by the nature rain. .171 for 5 as of now. Meet Babsar went to the dugout very earlier in the same game. Hassan 45 over 48 right now. 5 wickets down, 171 on the board, trying to play towards that leg side. Iron is a bowler. Immediately there is a slight temperament from the batter to hit the ball towards the offside. Clear intention that has been shown. He got the time very well. Played towards that leg side. Short ball. Again, a slight temp from the bowler, Iron Alam. Interestingly, this batting unit giving all the spectators a little bit of surprise. You see, this game is actually going on the right for Johor as of now. Sarawak wanted to get as soon as wickets as possible from their end to end it up quickly. So far, it's been brilliant. Coming out of the crease, again that slight temperament. Will he get that another one now? So that's a question. Easily guided and towards the leg side. So that the overcast conditions and the weather disturb the play just before the time back ago that we have seen. Again, I guess they are bringing the covers. The covers are on. Johor 175 for 5 right now. the players will be going back to their dressing room. So they are bringing on the covers immediately. So the match between Johor versus Sarawak has been called off due to the rain interrupted the play. So the match has been abandoned. Follow Malaysia YouTube cricket channel for more and further updates regarding this MCA 50 Overs Interstate Premier Cup. This is John, myself signing off from here. Thank you.